says, very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it. And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 46 on the racing calendar. Only 6 live race days left in the 2021 season. Quick look back at last week's racing action on Wednesday night. It was Sheldon Chicken's day at the races. What a card he had. He won 5, including the pick 4 all by himself. Races 4 through 7. Jockey Jorge Carreño, there was only 2 races left, and what did he do? He won the other 2. On the trainer side, Steve Keplin Jr. was the hot trainer. He won the late daily double. And Stretch, looking back to last week, speed played very well on the racetrack when it got loose.
Yeah, absolutely. We had great weather all week. Nothing changed, so we didn't have any kind of uncertainty how the track would be, with some very fast times. I did have to adjust the variants because some of them were so fast, and so you've got to adjust. And talking about the variants, and maybe you don't do some of the figures that I do, but if you're reading the daily racing form or even some of the programs, there on the right hand side, right next to the horses, how they finished, it has a number and then a smaller number with a dash. So if you see maybe a 3 or a 4 or 5 on that second number, you know it is lightning quick. If you see a 23, 24, 25, it's starting to become a slower or a deeper track. So even if you're just kind of, it gives you a good guide. I don't, go all in on those, but it really shows you if you see suddenly a really quick time of maybe 109 at a racetrack, look to that variant, because it really changes, like for example at Tampa or something. And even when you see the variants here at ASD, we had some slow days and then we went back to the faster days last week. So we'll go from there. Kirt, we had a good week last week. We almost had over almost $2,000 in payouts, which was good. Got another good week ahead. Anything to add to that?
Well, I've been watching the tractor about the last 6 weeks. I've been following it. Me and Stretch talking off camera before, and then I've been sharing it with you guys. And I watched the tractor again today, and it looks like the track should play the same as last week. I watched the dirt coming over the harrows that they haul behind the tractor to groom the racetrack, and that little bump of sand that comes up, or dirt from the track, came up almost exactly the same as last week. So I'm thinking that the times are going to be the same, and probably speed is going to do very well on the racetrack, but we will see how that does play out through the evening. Stretch, let's kick it off with the 2-year-olds going 1 mile in the Buffalo Stakes. A field of 5 head to post, and a couple big winners in their last. Who do you like?
Okay, yeah, first 2-turn race for the 2-year-olds. It's always a challenge anyway at the start of the season where they're at on 1 turn and then how much they improve. So now you're going to go with 1 start. How much are they going to improve on the 2nd or maybe 3rd start, and going around the 2 turns? So it is absolutely tough. I flip-flopped. I went back and forth and between the 2 and the 3. I've kind of got, that's who I've got it down to. I'll start with the 2. I liked how the horse looked the first time. Moved up, took over early, and basically never looked back. The slight why the top selection is just the breeding says this horse can handle it. Also, this horse has also had the only 6 furlong race, so I do like that little extra. I expect the horse will probably be chasing the 3, and then it's kind of, can the horse take over from just maybe that breeding? And then the 3 horse, like I said, could have been my top selection. Both Kirt and I talked about this. We mentioned about the replay, and that first race, I liked how the horse had trouble and still kept running. No trouble the next start, and wow, the horse actually impressed me, improved even more than I thought the horse could have done that. And so, that's why it's right there and could win. The quick turnaround worries me a little bit for the 2-year-olds. And then my 3rd choice is the 5. Obviously needs to improve. I'm kind of looking at the breeding, but the breeding says stretching out 20 to 1. Unknowns, anything could happen, but 2, 3, 5, Kirt.
Yeah, my top two are the same stretch. I like both of them in either order. I took Big Deal Lucille on top. What I like is that the first time out that the horse did get in trouble out of the gate, showed a good late run down the lane. Next time out, went to the front, played Catch Me If You Can, and of course they didn't as easily romp to victory. Big Deal Lucille, I think this horse will get the distance in here, and if it can make the front end, that's what I like to see as horses that haven't gone the distance before. Go right to the front end, play Catch Me If You Can, then it becomes a rider's game in there. So I went to Big Deal Lucille. Lucky Chucky, what a debut, easily winning by 9. Definitely, this is the horse to play, but I just don't like the price. It's going to be very low in here. And my third selection, I went back to Brown Owl. First time out, ran a great race, drew off to win by 3 lengths, sitting just off the speed in the comeback race. Had to go against Diamond Digger, who is undefeated, and didn't stand a chance in there, was beaten double digits. But what I do like is that the horse gets Lasix for today's start, and I think that'll bump him up. So that's why I took 3, 2, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a maiden allowance race for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, who do you got in here?
All right, every race I kind of look at, I'm always looking for controlling or lone speed, and as soon as you find that, it kind of makes it tough on all the others. And I think the one is basically just that. Last time there was a little bit more speed, and this horse easily got the lead, and then just got tired a little bit at the end to a good horse. I think that Peb is a decent horse, made a big move, and the one got beat at the wire. Was ahead of the others by enough. My second selection is the 3. Sat in third last time. I kind of expect the similar. Could just chase the 1 around the track and finish there, complete the exactor. I think the 1 is better than the 3. But maybe if the 1 decides to falter a bit. And then the last one, which is Kirt's top pick, I understand why it is. It's just the horse has had a lot of works, and the figures on the poly are solid. It's just a matter of full year off, coming from Woodbine, usually needs one. If there's value, then maybe make the play. If there's no value, you gotta be worried about that. So I've got it 1, 3, 2.
Yeah, I ended up going to the 2 in here, High Rise in the Peg. I like the steady flow of works, and then the last one really jumped off the page at me. That 36 and 2 handily around the dogs. If they didn't have the dogs up protecting the inside of the racetrack, that horse probably could have went down there in 35 and change. So I think that was the trial run coming into it. Does have some really good races at Woodbine on the poly last year. Is making the first start, yes, but it hasn't seen company like this. I think this is the easiest spot the horse has ever been in. So I'm going to take a shot with him on top. Definitely like XI Kid. Liked him last time out. And he almost beat Peb, and Peb was sitting on a win, and the huge favorite in there to round up my top 3. Number 3, Hatshepsut, filly against the boys, but she ran lights out last time out. That was a great effort, only getting beat by 2 to Peb and XI Kid. So she definitely fits. Number 5, Timely Ruckus, the first time starter in here. The father, 6 wins from 15 starts. A cutthroat sprinter going 6 furlongs. Did win 3 grade 3 races. The mom, the exact opposite. A road horse that didn't win in 4 starts, but was running 1 mile 3/8 in the last couple outings. All the siblings, all 13 of them, all like going a route of ground, but they're all half siblings with a different sire. Maybe the speed came into this one with Timely Ruckus, or Custom for Carlos, the dad. So if a little bit of speed mixed in, there is a couple siblings that have done very well. One recently won a grade 3 a couple of years ago. So Timely Ruckus, maybe throw that one in as a bit of a long shot. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. It is the Gold Cup for the older boys. Stretch, looks like you got the same pick as me.
Yeah, so I've got to start the races 1 mile and 1/8, so it's a lot longer at the ASD. It starts at the far end chute. And the reason I have to really make a note of this is, so when previous years I was at the fan education booth, fans would come up and I'd have to give them the tip, or various groups some tip talks, and I always made a point that the horses go past the wire twice. So if you're at the track today, don't be one of those people cheering, think you won when it goes past the wire the first time. I see it every time. There's lots of fans cheering, and they go to their friends, and look, and then they realize they're still running. Help the newbies out, everybody. They go around past that wire twice. So here we go. Great, it is a great stake race. Yeah, we have the same picks. Last time out, I thought Plentiful was, the 5 was the best horse in the race. The race just didn't set up for him. Carino aboard Real Grace just gave an absolute great ride that kind of made the difference of why Plentiful didn't get up. Nothing against the 5 or the jockey on that one. It's just Real Grace was in a better position. I think there's a little bit more speed in here. They're going that extra half furlong. That I think that's also going to make a difference. We know Plentiful will be able to sit back and make his middle move. That's what he likes to do. And with the pace not be a little faster, potentially can get up. But of course, Carino can give us that same ride he's been doing all the time, all season long. And he could get that stalking trip, but just doesn't have maybe that final closing kick that Plentiful has. But I've got it both. You just look at Plentiful, or the Real Grace, 4 out of 8 winning at ASD. And then the last one is the 2. I think it's starting to get a little bit long maybe for this horse, but this horse sat too far back last time and has to sit closer, might be right near the pace. And so if it gets the jump on the 5, maybe. I expect an improvement effort after that last time because all the other races were just so good at ASD. So I've got it 5-3-2, Kurt.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you here. Those fractions last time, those were snoozers, and that's why the closers weren't able to get there. If there was any kind of pace at all, Plentiful would have won for absolute fun after losing by that narrow head bob to Real Grace. But I think the pace today is Real Grace and Tiger by his tail, and I think those fractions will be solid today. So that's why I have Plentiful on top, Real Grace. Jorge Carreño sat this horse so good last time out, just off that slow pace, was able to catch up to him, go on by and hang on for the win. I expect him to do the same today in St. Louis Guy. Wow, this horse was dead last trying to rally into it. After a couple other races where it was closer to the pace, that race against Pioneer Spirit in the Manitoba Mile, he wasn't on the front because Pioneer Spirit was just way too fast and too good and tired late and made a good rally. But the time before was in a stalking position. As Stretch said, I'd love to see the horse there to have a better shot at getting it done. And also watch out for number 1, Soberano. Only got beat by a length last time out. Seems like this horse is coming into itself after having that layoff from Golden Gate, finally going a distance of ground. Think the horse will like it. Could be a little bit of an upsetter, but I'm a Stretch 5-3-2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Stretch, who do you got?
Well, I see I always lean to the 3 in here, and you always kind of lean to Captain John in this race. We both, I guess, have our favorites a little bit. Both taking there's a small value drop from the 7,500 to the 5,000. El Chairman doesn't have to face In the Deep or the Gooch. Nobody wants to face the Gooch. You see how I tie every race into the Gooch?
Yeah.
The Gooch. Anyway, this horse doesn't need the lead. I don't think the 3. But if somebody decides to send, the horse can sit just off. We saw that on one of the 7 furlong races. If they give him the lead, then watch out. He'll be super tough. He gets even tougher on that. So that is my top selection. I'll be using the 5 as well. Same reason, 75 down to 5. Won't be that far back. If there's the duel and the 3 gets caught in the duel, that's really when the 5 takes over. And the horse should get an absolute great trip in here where the 3 might have to decide what to do. And then I've got to go back to the 4. I hyped this horse last time, showed a replay. Was on the rail last time, maybe a little trouble, but I don't want to make too many excuses for him. The reason I got to go back to him is because 2 back was a tough trip. I'm going to get 10-1 in here, going to have the value there. Still had the solid figures from a couple back, and the value is just there. You don't want to miss out on a horse of that kind of price. So 3-5-4.
Yeah, Stretch, I see a lot of pace in this race. The 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. all like a piece of the front end and run their best right around there. That's why I went to number 5, Cabin John. Looks like a bad start last time out, but this horse was dead last. Made a huge move on the outside to catch up to the horses, but the fractions, at least that first quarter, was so slow in 25 and 1. Then they sped it up 24 seconds second quarter and then ran off with the race, as In the Deep was uncontested on the front end. I expect that to be different. Cabin John sits off of it, takes over for Caleb Pizarro. This horse has a big middle move that it could make for 3/8 of a mile. I expected to use it today, so I put it on top. El Chairman could be a stalker, could go to the front. Either way, versatile, but definitely a big player. And number 7, Plum Lucky. Horse got up in the final jump last time out to beat Hoochie Coochie Sam, and I think jumps back up in here. And with all the speed that is in here, Plum Lucky, I think, will be able to show that late running style and get a piece of the top 3. That's why I'm 5, 3, and 7. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs stretch. Who do you got in here?
Correct. They're going 7 furlongs. We got another nice allowance field in here. I like these horses. They just, so many of them are so game in here. Because of the 7 furlongs change, that's why I have the 5 on top as my top selection. That half a furlong for me gives this. I've got to give this horse another shot. I thought Antonio basically gave Eddie, the 5 horse, a really good ride, set the horse up to have some success, and just got beat at the end, just because, you know, had to move first, and that basically gave the one just enough time to get up. I think now that they're that shorter distance, maybe makes the same move and would have won last time. Now it kind of puts the pressure on the 1, and Carino. He's probably got to sit closer. When this horse sits a little bit, not as far back as a couple of the races, somewhere in between, that's when he can win again. He's better in the mid-pack, not great showing the speed early, but he is an absolute game horse to get up last time. I am going to go back to the 4. I'm going to give another horse a bit of a chance. This horse still ran pretty good figures last time. Tough race. 2 back, again, good figures. You never know what you get on this horse. Kind of a good race, bad race, good race, bad race. The cycle says good race. So 6-1 for me, worth a shot. I'll call it 5-1-4. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you on number 5, Eddie Forever. Lost a heartbreaking photo last time out. Made that good move around the turn, opened up on the field, and then got caught very late. I think Eddie Forever is one of the speed horses in here, with number 3, Hazim, and number 7, Most Amusing, so should get a dream trip once again, and that's why he's my top selection. I went to the 4, Life's Been Good So Far. I'm with you, Stretch. Thinking that was a bad race, yes, but the horse is an in and outer. Its best race definitely is good enough to win this one if there is a heated battle anywhere in there early. And with the 7, Most Amusing in here, there will be speed on the outside to match any kind of inside speed. So I think Life's Been Good So Far will make a late rally in here. And I do like number 7, Most Amusing. This horse was claimed in Canterbury in its last start. After showing speed and only losing by a narrow head, they rattled down there in 110 and change. Steve Kepplin Jr. has started 5 horses, 4 wins, and 1 second place finish. When he started his first one, I said he was a solid 25% win clip, but right now it's bumped up to 80% at least this year. So Most Amusing, he's going to round up my top 3, 5, 4, and 7. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred, non-3 lifer or non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. What do you like, Stretch?
Well, it's not surprising that we have the same pick, but I'm going to make the statement here. If you're a long shot player, this is the race to go on the long shot, I think. All these horses have their figures very close. Any top effort, which just a little bit of an improvement or makes a horse that can win in here. And so it is absolute wide open. Sure, we have the same top selection. We probably have similar reasons. I went with the lightly raced horse. Potentially can improve, where some of them have you kind of know what you get. We're going the 7.5. The rail is a good sign. But again, now we have a little bit of an unknown going around 2 turns for the first time. So I wouldn't take a low value on this horse. Obviously, I've got this horse in all my sequence bets, but not a key for me. And then the next one is the 6. Last race would have been good enough. Needs a good trip and should get a good trip in here. Kind of lacks that value, but you really can't leave this horse out in here. And of course, I've got to find a long shot. You got to really search for this one, but I'm going to give you a reason, Kirt, why you might consider the 8. Because everybody's thinking, why would you?
You like the girls against the boys?
Yes, it can happen at this time of year. Here we go.
Of course it can.
Here we go. Look at last year's August, September, right around the same time, won the same basic distance, went right to the lead, makes that huge, sneaky class drop. You really got to read conditions in here. It couldn't get the lead in any of the starts in here. Sure, the one could show speed, but if she wants to go to the lead, she gets brave. She's going to be, the morning line's 10-1. Nobody's going to bet her out there because she's going to think, well, what's Stretch thinking? I'll bet against her. If this horse can get the lead, watch out. I can look like a hero or a 0 in here because this horse is potentially first or last. But at, like I said, 10-1, maybe even 20-1, I'm willing to risk it and get the abuse out there for a bad selection. 168.
Yeah, I went with you on number 1, Crown Royal. This is a non-2 against non-3 lifers and multiple winners. But Crown Royal ran such a good race last time out. The top 3 finishers, Not Afraid, Right of Vengeance, all 3 of those are very nice horses. And Not Afraid won that race easily by 6. If Not Afraid was in this race, I think Not Afraid would go off as the favorite, and pretty low favorite, I might add. So Crown Royal will take advantage of the speed on the inside. Yes, there is other speed in here, but a lot of them don't want to be on the front end, except for Simply Fabulous on the outside. So I think Crown Royal is going to get a great trip. I also went back to number 3, True Scout. This is a horse that stalks, had a good second place finish to double time 2 outs ago. Last time out, truly and terrific, was just absolute dynamite. Went to the front end and absolutely crushed them. This horse's 2 races going around 2 turns are both good. Just seems like a plotter. But if the 1 and 8 want to go bang it out and True Scout sits 3rd, definitely can run a huge race from just off of there. So he's my 2nd, and I put Bear Me a Moment as my 3rd selection. Would have won that race, but Warren's Dirty Dancer stalked it perfectly and pounced on Bear Me a Moment. Yes, it's coming back up from the $1,500 level, but don't worry about that. That race again in the Phil Kivas was a dynamite effort, and that same effort is good enough to win this one. So I got 1, 3, and 6. Now we carry on to race number 7, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, who do you got?
All right, you have to always pay attention to the distances because change in distances on rematches certainly make a difference, and this one absolutely makes a big difference. I'm going to Kate's Princess. She lost to the 2 last time out, but she tried something for the first time basically in a while, and that was go 2 turns. I thought she looked very good in that race, ran a real nice race, kind of sets her up for the cutback. There is no other speed in here, or at least Kate's speed in here, so I think she's going to be extremely tough with the controlling pace in here. So it's Catch Me If You Can, and the Catch Me If You Can would be the 2 horse. Looked really good last time out. Repeats that effort. Would maybe give Kate's a bit of a run, but remember, she had a little more time, and Kate's has to back up, I believe, for the 2 to win. And then the last one, I'll throw in the 3. Excellent last year, excellent racing this year, just solid, just surprises me how well. 2 back, I really liked that the horse showed some speed, maybe a little flat last time. It's got to sit close just like the 2, needs the 4 to back up, but don't leave it out in your exactors and try. So 4, 2, 3, Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I see the same top 3 as you. Kate's Princess goes to the lead, but 2 steps faster. This horse will stalk Kate's Princess, won't let her get away. She used to be a cutthroat speedball. Go to the front, Catch Me If You Can. Now she's adopted a stalking style, which makes her so much more versatile. That race 3 outs ago where she sat 3rd behind Half in the Wrapper, way quicker than Kate's Princess. And she was rallying hard at the 5.5 furlongs. This is 6 furlongs. If that race was that day 6 furlongs, 2 steps faster, would have beat half in the wrapper there. So that's why I like her, because she's not going to be too far away. Kate's Princess will be controlling speed. I think these two will break away from the field. And then Sweet Design rallies up to round out my try. 2, 4, and 3. Good luck with all your selections this evening. And I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Card of Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card of racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, our co-featured event, the 59th running of the Buffalo Stakes. There's just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2. Again, just a few overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 3, our other co-featured event, the 64th running of the Gold Cup, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Again, just some overweights. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, just over $200,000. But if you are the lone winning ticket, you are guaranteed $250,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering, Joe's Birthday Purse. Just one overweight, and again on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, number 2, Shaded, is not a waiver horse, but it will not run for a claiming price. Also, there's just one more overweight. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Again, just a few overweights. Turning your programs to race number 7, our Jackpot High 5 race of the evening. Number 8, Here City Kitty, make the jockey Shamari Muir. That's race number 7. Number 8, Here City Kitty, will be ridden by Shamari Muir. The Jackpot High 5 carryover, just over $12,400. Well, another beautiful day for racing here in Winnipeg, currently under partly cloudy skies. Stretch, what do you think?
I think it's a little more sunny. There's a few clouds. I think it should be a little bit more about me and less about the clouds.
Less about me. All right, yeah, okay, I'll get it.
Smaller clouds.
We'll give it to you.
Smaller clouds.
A smaller cloud
clouds
on there. I'd like to shrink my gut if we can do that too. Okay, but it's partly cloudy, temperature 19 degrees Celsius or 66 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card, and we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1, the 59th running of the Buffalo Stakes, and they'll go to post in 15 minutes. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the week of racing with the 59th running of the Buffalo Stakes for 2-year-old Manitoba foals. They're going to go 1 mile stretch. Who do you like in the opener?
Well, I've got it down to a couple. Let's start with my top selection, the 2, and let's look at Lucky Chucky, and if he is in there. If not, we'll just talk about Lucky Chucky. And very impressive first race. The reason I basically put this horse as my top selection, because we can't have both of them on the same, is because the horse went 6 furlongs, and you know, that extra distance makes a difference. I just also liked how he just came out of the gate and took over and won just so handily. The breeding also is solid at this distance. I was checking some numbers, and this horse can go longer. And so I think the horse can chase, make the move, and if the 3 doesn't make it, then takes over. Your top pick is the 3. I almost had the 3 as a top pick, so I'm like I said, it's co-picks for me, but go ahead.
Yeah, the reason I like Big Deal Lucille, already she's shown 2 different running styles. And Big Deal Lucille, first time out, didn't really get out of the gate, but showed really good fight down the lane to lose a head bob to Don't Blame Coco for second, but made no mistake next time out. Dwight Lewis got Big Deal Lucille out of the gate, and she went roaring to the front and just didn't stop. I think she's going to do the same kind of thing today. I think she's going to go to the front. And with these young horses, it's kind of hard to teach them how to rate and stay behind because they're just learning. They're Big Deal Lucille's 3rd start. Lucky Chucky ran once, never got dirt kicked in its face as it was leading throughout. I think this time Lucky Chucky's going to get some dirt in the face in here. And unless these 2 go battle it out, and if they do that stretch, wow, I don't know what's going to happen in the end. But I think the 3 is going to go to the front, 2's going to stalk. Those 2 running around the racetrack together.
Yeah, that's fair. Remember, we're going a mile, the 2 turns, so you get that extra furlong and it becomes a little unknown, plus that extra turn. That's fair. My 3rd selection was the 5, and the reason I went to the 5 was only had the 1 start, bred to go longer, and got bet down against Lucky Chucky. I realized the 2 won handily, but there's no reason why the 5 can't improve a little bit. We've seen it, just take a look at the different improvements. You know, you got now Big Deal Lucille did have some trouble, but then suddenly improved even after that start. And so why not? They're going to get might not be the longest shot, but that's why I ended up using the 5 for 3rd.
Well, Going Commandy actually showed a little bit of speed last time out, but I don't think Going Commandy will. I think it'll sit back and try and make a late run. You do have Sheldon Chickeness aboard. He won 5. He's going for 5 in a row here as he won the last 4 races on Wednesday's card, so Going Commandy could improve. I also like number 4, Brown Owl, who was a winner at first asking, won easily by 3 and did stumble early, came back against the undefeated Diamond Digger in the Osiris, and did get beat by 12 lengths in there, but Diamond Digger is just one of the best right now, tough to beat. Brown Owl gets Lasix, and I think that's a big key for horses. Remember, I was saying about 2-year-olds, little things make big differences, equipment changes, kind of like that San Clara that Brown Owl beat in a short field of 4, was the longest shot on the board at $25 and almost won that race, but it got blinkers and a tongue tie, and that changed the horse's running style from the first time. It got beat by 30, so that's why I like Brown Owl with the additional Lasix. So that's why I have 3, 2, and 4. Cindy's Quest, the only other one we didn't talk about. Big odds both times. Beaten handily by Big Deal Lucille last time out and first time. Can you see this horse running better in here?
Absolutely. Both starts broke a step slow. And so maybe, you know, that 3rd start or a little bit of training, it hasn't had much. It's only going to be less than 7 days ago, but has a little bit more time to make up if breaks slow going a mile. So It's only 2 starts. I don't get down on horses until you're getting about 4 or 5 starts before you say, nope, they're not a racehorse. And so with only 2 starts, 2 slow starts, why not?
Yeah, I agree with you. All right, let's go to our bets here in race 1. Stretch, as usual, starting it off with you.
All right, because I couldn't decide, it's kind of a conservative start, just a $10 daily double wheel, 2-3 with 1.
All right, you're going after the double. I'm going after the triactor. Amazing, these short fields. I kind of like going after it, but I'm doing it a different way today. I'm going a $10 triactor, 2-3-2-3 with the 4 for third. A $2 or a $1 ticket, only $2, but I'm going for a $10 one. Cost you 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1. We'll see you back for race 2. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our co-featured event here in race number 1. It's the 59th running of the Buffalo Stakes for 2-year-old Manitoba foals. They'll go 1 mile for $35,000. Number 1 is Cindy's Quest, owned by Shelley Brown, Larry Falloon, and Cindy Lukanchuk, trained by Shelley Brown with Richard Mangley. Number 2 is Lucky Chucky, owned by Shelley Brown, Larry Falloon, and Ann Champion, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Big Deal Lucille, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Dwight Lewis. Number 4 is Brown Owl, owned by Frank Johnson and S&J Kootenay, trained by Elton Nicky with Stanley Chady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 5, Going Commandy, owned by Group of 6, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Sheldon Chickanis. The 59th running of the Buffalo Stakes. They go to post in 4 minutes. Following of the Buffalo Stakes, Frank Johnson, the CTHS director, will make a presentation to the winning connections.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Kicking off the week with 2-year-olds going a mile, first mile of the year for the 2-year-olds, a lot of unknowns. I think it's down to the 2 horses here, the 2 and the 3. 2 is the favorite, 1 to 5 is a terrible value. Like I said, 2 and 3 are equal. I think 3 goes to the lead, 2's gonna chase, try to make the move late. The breeding says that the horse can keep going. And if you need a third horse, if you like to play a trifecta or maybe a sleepy long shot, that's the 5 going Commandy. Long shot with a lot of unknowns. 3-2, 2-3-5, Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I went with the 3 on top, Big Deal Lucille. I like that she has a versatile style. She can go to the front like she did last time out. First time she came off the pace after a poor beginning. So I just like that she's shown she is all kinds of a racehorse. If she does make the front end, she just might be tough to catch. But I do like the other one, Lucky Chucky. I got 3 and 2 in here. Good luck in the Buffalo Stakes. Sydney's Quest will lead the Manitoba foal 2-year-olds into the starting gate with outrider Richard Mangley. Now that she is locked and loaded, he will climb back aboard. Next in the current 1 to 5 choice, that's Lucky Chucky. Big Deal Lucille ready to go in. Now just 2 left to load. Brown Owl. And just waiting on Going Commandy. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off in the 59th running of the Buffalo Stakes. Stumbling early was Big Deal Lucille, but has recovered and will go straight out and grab the early lead. Lucky Chucky settled on the inside in second with Brown Owl moving up sharply. Back in fourth, about 5 lengths off it, Going Commandy. And Cindy's Quest, about 10 off it early. The opening quarter, a quick 23-2. And it's Big Deal Lucille with the lead, but about to get company from Lucky Chucky in between horses, Brown Owl. Right there in third on the outside, Going Commandy, still biding her time, about 8 lengths off it, and Sydney's Quest is the early trailer, the half 48-2, and Lucky Chucky is now taken over and drawn off to a 2-length advantage. Big Deal Lucille back to second. Brown Owl is third, about 6 off it. Going Commandy starting to get closer, and Cindy's Quest still the trailer, 3/4, a quick 1:14-2, and Lucky Chucky has opened up a 7-length advantage as they hit the head of the lane. Big Deal Lucille in second, rallying in third, Going Commandy and Brown Owl together, but this is all Lucky Chucky pouring it on to double digits, and we'll take the 59th running of the Buffalo Stakes. Big Deal Lucille trying to hang on with Going Commandy. Those are noses at the wire for second and third, and fourth goes to Brown Owl. The stewards post to number 2, Lucky Chucky. As your race winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 48-2, 6 furlongs 1:14-2. Time for the mile 1:43-2. It's also the photo show number 5, Going Commandy. Finishing second, third goes to number 3, Big Deal Lucille, and fourth to number 4, Brown Owl. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the 59th running of the Buffalo Stakes. That's number 2, Lucky Chucky. Lucky Chucky is a dark bay or brown gelding, 2 years old, by Birdsong, out of the mare Blazing Sasha by Langfear. Owned by Shelley Brown, Larry Falloon, and Champion. Trained by Shelley Brown and ridden to victory by Leroy Nelson. Time for the mile, 1:43.2. Number 2, Lucky Chucky, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Larry Falloon. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand Frank Johnson, a CTHS Director, Manitoba Division, to make a presentation to the winning connections. Race 1's official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 2, 23 minutes away. And how do you keep in touch with ASD promotions and upcoming events? Simply by subscribing to the free weekly e-newsletter called The Insider. Sign up on the Downs website at asdowns.com. They're all set, they're at the post. And they're off in the 59th running of the Buffalo Stakes. Stumbling early was Big Deal Lucille, but has recovered and will go straight out and grab the early lead. Lucky Chucky settled on the inside in second, with Brown Owl moving up sharply. Back in fourth, about 5 lengths off it, Going Commandy and Cindy's Quest, about 10 off it early. The opening quarter, a quick 23-2, and it's Big Deal Lucille with the lead, but about to get company from Lucky Chucky in between horses. Brown Owl right there in third on the outside. Going Commandy still biding her time, about 8 lengths off it, and Cindy's Quest is the early trailer, the half 48-2, and Lucky Chucky is now taken over and drawn off to a 2-length advantage. Big Deal Lucille back to second. Brown Owl is third, about 6 off it. Going Commandy starting to get closer, and Cindy's Quest still the trailer, 3/4, a quick 1:14-2, and Lucky Chucky has opened up a 7-length advantage as they hit the head of the lane. Big Deal Lucille in second. Rallying in third, Going Commandy and Brown Owl together. But this is all Lucky Chucky pouring it on to double digits. And we'll take the 59th running of the Buffalo Stakes. Big Deal Lucille trying to hang on with Going Commandy. Those are noses at the wire for second and third, and fourth goes to Brown Owl. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this maiden allowance race. 4 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, Lucky Chucky, no doubt about it today.
Yes, and so they went 143 and 2.
And what about last year in the Buffalo? How fast did they go, Stretch?
Last year's Buffalo went in 144.
And who was the winner of that?
You may have heard of her.
Okay.
Melisandre.
Oh, yeah, she's undefeated, right?
She is undefeated.
So as we're pointing out, the only reason we're saying that is I alluded to the track being lightning fast as it was last week as I was watching the tractor go around, and those fractions were solid today. 24, 48, and then winding up in 143 for 2-year-olds, going the distance for the first time. But you did a little bit of bad betting in the first there, Stretch. Just got to point that out.
Yes, and I'm willing to learn from your good triactors there. Because
a little short field, you can make money off these. The other day I had a $4 triactor in the first race, and it paid $111, so I got back $445. Today, you picked it. You had the 2 on top with the 3 and 5. $31.35 for $1.
Yes, exactly. You're right. So don't give up on us. When you find that long shot, there was I talked about the 5. The horse would probably improve. Sure enough, was the longest shot on the board. 2-year-olds going around 2 turns.
And you had the chickness factor.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, yeah, don't give up on just playing some tries for like you said, for $2. Or you do a wheel 3 with 2 or 3, 5, 3, 5, you get $31. A great way to start the night out, especially when a $2.40 horse won the race.
Yeah, no doubt. A 1 to 9 shot on top, and you still take home $30. Okay, let's go to race number 2. Who do you like in here?
All right, if Marissa can find the 1, that's my top selection here. She's on the camera today. So,
okay, but
right, here we
she's
go.
not sure who the one is.
That's fair.
There she goes. She found the penny.
All right, there. Good work. I knew she'd figure it out. It is okay. I'm on the one for a few reasons. Why? Because I think this horse is controlling speed. Last time I thought there was a little bit more speed, and he got the lead quite handily. You did like that horse to get the lead.
Yeah, I definitely did, and I thought Peb would run it down, but Peb just got up in the last jump.
So you called it last time. Like I said, I think there's less speed in here. You know, the 3 comes off the pace. Runaway has come off the pace. The Woodbine Invader, you can see now it's a little higher level, but still 10 back. And then the 6 has had the 1 start. The Unknown is the 5. I always like to look for controlling speed or loose speed, and I've got it here on the 1. A few too many seconds. This will be my only bet on him this year and next year, because if he doesn't win and run second, he is going to the Norm school of place bets.
The school of seconditis. Yeah, I like XI Kid to cut it out again in here. Just got a little late last time out, but got a really easy first quarter in 24 flat, then sped it up the rest of the way, but Peb ended up being the best. I do like XI Kid to be a top 2 player in here, but I went to number 2, High Rise in the Peg. Average workouts coming in, except for the last one. The last one was really flashy. 36-2 handily around the dogs. That's where they protect the inside. So the horse went probably 6 wide around the turn, working that 3/8 of a mile. I like to take a second off when they work around the dogs. So if that came up 35-1, that's a lot flashier. This horse ran some really nice races at Woodbine in the last 2 years in the 2 and the 3-year-old campaigns. As a 3-year-old, this horse didn't show as much speed as it did as a 2-year-old. Showed speed at times. I'm thinking this horse just might sit a lot closer than those other races. Maybe only 2 lengths, maybe 3 lengths off of it. And Jared Brown, Jorge Carreno, a very deadly combination.
That's your understatement of the day, and could be the understatement of the week.
Yeah, it is my understatement.
Yes. Yeah, so again, yeah, you're right. It is. It's just that you're off. But and then my other choice, we both have the 3 in there.
What's that name?
That's Hat She Put.
Yeah, pretty close.
Exactly. That's what I thought it was. Thank you, Kirt, for that.
You're welcome.
Making me say that. This horse is one of those horses that just likes to kind of run evenly. Sometimes makes a bit of a move. You do need, this horse will chase the 1 around the track, and if the 1 likes to wait for horses with that second-itis, then maybe, but ran a nice race. That's completing my exactor if the 2 needs a start. So that's why it's my second choice and probably your third choice, because you think the 2's ready to go.
Yeah, she ran absolutely great. She was sitting on a win with the girls at the maiden allowance level, but unfortunately that race has not been going, so she's been forced against the boys. Another horse to look at, number 5, Timely Ruckus. The dad, Custom for Carlos, was a sprint machine, winning 6 out of 15 and 3 grade 3s, and all of them were at 6 furlongs and would light it up in each and every start. But then there's the mom side. She is a turf mare that was unplaced in 4 starts, and most of her races were 1 mile and 3/8 out of the 3 out of the 4 races. This horse has, out of Alyssa Beethoven, 13 siblings. All of them are half siblings. All of them are road horses. Does have a grade 3 winner in there, a Bob Baffert maiden allowance horse from a few years ago, but nothing too flashy. So that's all about the 5, Timely Ruckus. What about number 4, Runaway Hurricane? Ran huge going 1 mile and then came back and ran an average effort, but only got beat by 5 to the 3-horse Hatshepsut.
Yeah, this is one of those in the mix that you could maybe use for your tries or maybe a sneak in there for the exactor. Yeah, that wasn't that last race ran evenly again, probably closing. You've got the Sheldon Chick Mix Factor, who's just riding everything so well and so confident you saw in that last race. So certainly can pick up the pieces. I don't know if it's a win candidate for me.
Okay, at number 6, oh man, first time out was 10-1, was beaten by the 1 and the 3 in the last start. Does have a workout coming in, 3 furlongs, 41-2, breezing around the dogs, much slower on the same day as number 2, High Rise in the Peg.
Yeah, but remember, it's been the horse's one start. Every reason to maybe improve a little bit, so you don't want to just completely disregard it. Win candidate, maybe not, but look at the last race come in, so maybe third or fourth for this try or super.
I agree with you there. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch started off.
All right, just a small exactor. We'll keep it going. Just a $10 one. One with 2-3. Kirt.
All right, yeah, I'm going to put XI Kid for second because the horse has a lot of seconds already this year, 3 of them in 7 starts. I think this horse will have the lead, but I think High Rise in the Peg just might run a freakishly good race close. So I went 2-3-5 with 1 for second, with 2-3-5 for third. A $1 wheel will cost you 6, but I went for a $3 wheel for 18. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3 for the 64th running of the Gold Cup, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Horse on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,000. Number 1 is XI Kid, owned by Pat Honus, trained by Larry Sizik with Shamari Muir. Number 2 is High Rise in the Peg, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Hapship Suit, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 4 is Runaway Hurricane, owned by All In Racing Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 5 is Timely Ruckus, owned by Shelley Brown and Oslam Bell, trained by Shelley Brown with Dwight Lewis. Rounding out the field is number 6, Oh Man, Oh Man. Owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack, with Stanley Chady Jr. Post time for race number 2, 3 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, Maiden's going 6 furlongs. I think we've got controlling speed on the one horse here. Right to the lead, gets out of the gate. Catch me if you can. There is not that much other speed in here. Unless this horse wants to wait for others, there's no turning back for them. The others to consider chasing are going to be the 3. She's the filly against the boys in here. She chased all the way around. Same thing can happen. And the unknown, who's the favorite, that's the 2 horse coming from Woodbine. Is he ready or is he not? I've got it 1-3-2.
Yeah, Stretch, I am taking a shot on the 2 horse. I just really like that last work around the dogs in 36. So that's about a 35 work in my books. Yes, this horse comes from well off of it at Woodbine, but that could change coming to Assiniboia Downs. Great rider and trainer combo in here. I do respect the 1. He should run a big race. Your long shot, maybe the 5. Good luck here in race 2.
Post time!
XI Kid, the first to enter the starting gate. Next in, High Rise in the Peg, the current 4-5 choice. Hat Chip Suit finds her spot. Runaway Hurricane is next. Now just 2 left to load. The first time starter, Timely Ruckus. And now just waiting on Oh Man, Oh Man. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. On the inside, XI Kid quickly goes out to grab the early lead by a length. To the outside, oh man, in second. Settled back in third, Hatship Suit. Another length back to Runaway Hurricane with Timely Ruckus. And High Rise in the Peg was the early trailer. The opening quarter, 23-3, and XI Kid. Loving life on the front end by length and a half. On the outside, High Rise in the Peg is creeping closer. Now by 2 lengths, back to third, oh man. Timely Ruckus also making a move, has now grabbed third position. The half, 47 seconds. They hit the head of the lane. XI Kid with the lead. High Rise in the Peg has gone to the inside to make a late challenge, but XI Kid repels the bid with a 16th of a mile to go. It's all XI Kid. Gonna get it done. Very close for second between Hatship Suit and High Rise in the Peg. The Stewards are posted number 1, XI Kid, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-4. Also the photo, show number 3, Hatship Suit. Finishing second. Third goes to number 2, High Rise in the Peg, and fourth to number 5, Timely Ruckus. Now entering the winner's enclosure. The official winner here in race number 2, that's number 1, XI Kid. XI Kid is a dark bear brown gelding, 4 years old, by XI out of the mare Lemon Pepper by Fisher Pond. Owned by Pat Honus, trained by Larry Sizik, and ridden to victory by Shamari Muir. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-4. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. It's our co-featured event, the 64th running of the Gold Cup. For the boys, 3 and up, going a mile and an eighth, and there are no changes. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in the Jackpot Pick 5. There's no changes in race 4, 5, or 6. Turn your programs to race number 7. Number 8, Here City Kitty. Make the jockey Shamari Muir. That's race number 7. Number 8, Here City Kitty will be ridden by Shamari Muir. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering starts right here. In race number 3, they go to post in 18 minutes. And they're off. On the inside, XI Kid quickly goes and take note, folks, that a chance to make some very big money continues. Every live race day, you are guaranteed $250,000 if you have the single winning ticket in the Jackpot Pick 5. This will continue Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 7:30 until quarter 23 and 3. And XI Kid, loving life on the front end by length and a half. On the outside, High Rise in the peg is creeping closer. Now by 2 lengths, back to third, Oh Man. Timely Ruckus also making a move, has now grabbed third position. The half, 47 seconds. They hit the head of the lane. XI Kid with the lead. High Rise in the peg has gone to the inside to make a late challenge, but XI Kid repels the bid with a 16th of a mile to go. It's all XI Kid. Gonna get it done. Very close for second between Hatship Suit and High Rise. And welcome back down the paddock for our co-featured event. It's a 64th running of the Gold Cup for the boys, 3 and up, tackling a mile and an eighth, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Let's do a TVG recap as they are joining us here in race number 3. Race number 1, Lucky Chucky, 1-9 in the Buffalo Stakes for 2-year-olds, going a mile. Easily galloped to double-digit victory. And XI Kid in the last race was lone speed and took it all the way and won that rather easily by about 5. So here in race number 3, Stretch, who do you like?
Yeah, a very good stake race. These horses have kind of been battling it out. There's probably about a dozen of them, and St. Louis Guy hadn't lost for the first few. Now they're starting to stretch out. My top selection is going to be the 5, Plentiful, over there. He has been running so well. Probably by the third start, that one that he ran second and just lost to St. Louis Guy, we kind of started jumping on board. And
I had him that day against St. Louis Guy, and I just got nipped out and thought he was going to go by, but St. Louis Guy battled back.
He did. And that was at 7.5, and then the next one had no problem. And then the last race, as you can see the fractions, it's important to take a look at the fractions, especially in that one, 51 to the half. That makes it tough on the closers. I don't think you're going to get that kind of pace, that slow pace today. That would really be dawdling, especially on the type of track that we're seeing. We're seeing fast times. That first race was the 2-year-olds who went a pretty quick time. So I think the race is going to be a fairly, or a proper fractions, however you want to put it, not slow fractions, kind of the standard fractions for the stake level. And so that being said, that's why it's my top selection.
Yeah, it's mine too. I see speed out of the 6, Tiger by His Tail. The 3, Real Grace, can use it if they want to. And St. Louis Guy, they tried to come off of it last time out and were too far back off those slow fractions. Was able to close ground, but St. Louis Guy used to be a good stalker in those earlier races, even going 7.5 off of 48 half mile, was right there, took the lead and held off Plentiful that day. I'm expecting St. Louis Guy to sit up close today.
Yeah, I agree. Like on the ASD Live show, I mentioned that the St. Louis Guy has lots of talent, but not that huge turn of foot. Like, he's not a true closer. He's got to be closer. And well, even the top closers couldn't close on those fractions. So and that's why. Plus being wide on the turn. So I think he's going to improve. That's your value for sure at 10-1 right now.
Oh, definitely is.
Yeah, and then we can't leave out the big favorite here. Real Grace did beat the field. Carino gave the horse an absolute great ride last time. Perfect timing. I think the same thing potentially can happen. It's just a matter of moves earlier or hangs on, but the talent is there. Simply just wins races, 4 of 8 at ASD.
But the distance is a question mark. Started twice Never hit the board in those. This is 1 1/8 miles, and that's testing the limitations on some of these horses. Well, we're going to find out today. A couple other horses to look at. Number 1, Soberano. This horse has been improving with every start since arriving from Golden Gate. First time out, lackluster effort, showed more life next time as Courageous went wire to wire, and then last time out, only lost by a length to Real Grace and Plentiful, 20-1.
Yep, yeah, for sure. Definitely. I've got to mention about the 4 who we have not talked about. My figures have this horse as a solid stake race. It's actually one of the better times of the year in my figures on this one. You can see the buyer numbers. They're a guide for me, but solid race from there. Can Wake Up hasn't beaten Plentiful yet or Real Grace, but maybe that's turned around. If there's a pace battle, don't leave out the 4.
Yeah, Moz Mischief was in the stakes caliber last year and has moved up to it again this year. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. Pick 5 times stretch. What do you got?
Okay, we'll start with the now bets that were not too bad last week. Paid for some of the tickets. I played a $3 exactor, 3 and 5, with the 2, 3, 4, 5. $3 is $18. A dollar would be only $6. But I got to take my shot at the $250,000. I've got 3 and 5 in here just in case Real Grace. Well, I know how good Real Grace is. Keying the 3. Then I'm taking 1, 4, 5 in the 5th. I've got to hit the all button in the 6th. Coming home with 2 and 4 in the last.
All right, myself, I'm going to key the 5 in the first leg. It says 2 and 5 on there, but I have the 3 and 5 with the 4, 5, 7, with the 1, 2, 3, 6, rounded off with the 2 and 4. As you can see, I bet a $1 wheel because I don't think it's going to go, so I want to have it multiple times. So that'll cost you $48. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed. Pick 4 wagering. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our co-featured event here in race number 3. It's a 64th running of the Gold Cup for the older boys. They're going to go 1 1/8 miles for $35,000. Number 1 is Soberano, owned by Wind Dancer Stable and Colleen O'Hagan, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is St. Louis Guy, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Real Grace, owned by Shelley Brown, Gene McEwen, and Ben Holtman, trained by Shelley Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Moz Mischief, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 5 is Plentiful, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Chady Jr. Rounding out our feature field, here is number 6, Tiger by His Tail, owned by the Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault with Leroy Nelson. Following the running of the Gold Cup, Darren Dunn, our Chief Executive Officer here at Assiniboia Downs, will make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. We're kicking off Jackpot Pick 5. Here in race 3, they go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the top colts and geldings in a stake race going 1 mile and 1/8. Remember, they're going past the wire twice. It is a good race. I'm going to go with the 5 horse as a top selection. Did lose to the 3 last time, but I think it sets up. Watch for the middle move on the far turn, and he'll be coming late. Needs a bit of a pace to back up for him to get there. They go slow early, tough to get there. 3 is the one that beat them last time. With another good trip, certainly can win it again. I've got it 5-3-2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you here on number 5, Plentiful. I think it'll really like the 1 mile and 1/8 distance. Had no pace to run at last time at all. So I think there is going to be pace today. So that's why I think Plentiful is going to be able to mow them all down. The 3, Real Grace, definitely is a horse to look at in here, winning last time out on an absolute perfect ride by Jorge Carreño. Good luck here in race 3, the Gold Cup.
Time.
Verano leads this Gold Cup field into the starting gate. St. Louis Guy, also loaded. Next up, Real Grace. Maud's Mischief set to go in. Now just 2 left to load. Plentiful, now the co-favorite with Real Grace. And just waiting on Tiger by his tail from the outside. The field is set, they're at the post. And they're off in the 64th running of the Gold Cup. Real Grace took a bad step early, but has recovered nicely to press for the early lead. But on the far outside, Tiger by his tail wants the front end and is going to get it early by 3. Settled back in second, St. Louis Guy. Real Grace pushing 3 wide early as they pass the grandstand. In fourth, you're going to have Plentiful on the rail. Then running as a pair is Soberano and Ma's Mischief. About 6 off the lead. The opening quarter, a quick 22-3. And Tiger by his tail is going to try and steal this one, is now slowed up the half mile to 47 seconds. On the outside, St. Louis Guy Plentiful has made the move early and is third on the inside. Real Grace back to fourth. Then another gap of 3 more back. Tomas Mischief and Soberano can see them all. Tiger by his tail, still running easy with that lead through 3/4 and 1:12. Plentiful in all-out pursuit, now creeping closer in second. St. Louis Guy back to third. Fourth is Real Grace. Ma's Mischief trying to make up a bunch of ground. They hit the head of the lane. Tiger by his tail clinging to the lead. All out on the outside, Plentiful has now looked them in the eye, and it's these two with the 16th of a mile to go. Plentiful with the lead, Tiger by his tail, not giving up, but Plentiful will take the 64th running of the Gold Cup. Tiger by his tail, second best, third to St. Louis Guy, and fourth to Real Grace. The Stewards are posted number 5, Plentiful, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Tiger by his tail. Third to number 2, St. Louis Guy. And fourth to number 3, Real Grace. They went the opening quarter 22-3. The half 47 seconds. 6 furlongs, 1:12. The mile 1:37-4. Time for the mile and an eighth, 1:52-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the 64th running of the Gold Cup, that's number 5, Plentiful. Plentiful is a big gelding, 7 years old, by Harlan's Holiday, out of the mare Spring Street by Street Cry. Owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the mile and an eighth, 1:52.4. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand our Chief Executive Officer, Darren Dunn, to make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Joe's Birthday Purse, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes, but we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. No changes in race 5 or 6. Turning your programs to race number 7, number 8, Here City Kitty, make the jockey Shamari Muir. That's race number 7, number 8, Here City Kitty, will be ridden by Shamari Muir. Joe's Birthday Purse here in race 4, kicking off pick 4 wagering. They go to post in 17 minutes. Step early, but has recovered nicely to press for the early lead. But on the far outside, Tiger by his tail wants the front end and is gonna get it early by 3. Settled back in second, St. Louis Guy. Real Grace pushing 3 wide early as they pass the grandstand. In 4th, you're gonna have Plentiful on the rail. Then running as a pair is Soberano and Ma's Mischief, about 6 off the lead. The opening quarter, a quick 22.3, and Tiger by his tail is gonna try and steal this one, is now slowed up the half mile to 47 seconds. On the outside, St. Louis Guy Plentiful has made the move early and is 3rd on the inside. Real Grace back to 4th, then another gap of 3 more back to Ma's Mischief, and Soberano can see them all. Tiger by his tail, still running easy with that lead through 3 quarters in 1:12. Plentiful in all-out pursuit, now creeping closer in 2nd. St. Louis Guy back to 3rd. 4th is Real Grace. Ma's Mischief trying to make up a bunch of ground. They hit the head of the lane. Tiger by his tail clinging to the lead. All out on the outside, Plentiful has now looked him in the eye, and it's these two with the 16th of a mile to go. Plentiful with the lead, Tiger by his tail, not giving up, but Plentiful will take the 64th running of the Gold Cup. Tiger by his tail, 2nd best, 3rd. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, Joe's Birthday Purse, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering for this $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're only going to go 7 furlongs. Stretch Plentiful got the job done, but had to move earlier than I expected.
Yes, another very good ride by Stanley. Yeah, recognize the situation that you've got to sit closer. The pace was fast early. It was, again, also a really good ride on Leroy with Tiger by its tail.
Trying to steal it.
Trying to steal, why not? That's how he does it best. Went fast, kind of shut it down. You call it on the turn that he's kind of tried to slow it down. Game until the end. If Plentiful was any farther back, Tiger wins the race.
I agree with you 100% because when he started moving just outside of the 3/8 pole, I could tell that he knew that he had to do it, and that's just a well-timed ride.
Yep, a couple real good rides there. Okay.
Okay, race number 4, Stretch. You're rolling along 3 in a row. Let's make it 4.
Okay, let's try to keep it going, or at least give out some good information. I've landed on this time the favorite. We'll see, probably end up to be the favorite at the time, and that's the 3-horse. He's been running really well. The key is he's been running for 75, and then the one time he dropped the 5, the 2 times he's dropped the 5, he's won. And so he's in for 5 today. Doesn't have to race in the deep or the gooch. Ran a nice game race last time. The figures are there. Shows it doesn't have to have the lead, but certainly going to be quite close. As you mentioned on ASD Live, Kirt, you felt that there was a fair amount of speed in here, and that's fine because I think the 3 can kind of sit maybe a little closer than Plentiful would sit, but make that move. Or if everybody decides to take a hold and they let Chairman go, watch out. But that is my top selection. The drop, the distance, there you go.
See, I see a lot of pace in here. Warren's Van Gogh has some early foot, Proud and Loud. El Chairman, Mana Blues, and Honor Road. Cabin John and Plum Lucky, those are the closers in the race. But I like Cabin John. This horse ran a really good race 2 outs ago against Witt's Dollar Night. He was loose on the front end. And Carlos Sixes, who was taking the drop in there and got up to get that win. Last time out, those fractions again, very slow early at 25-second first quarter. Second quarter, 23-4. So if you're sitting at the back of the field like Cabin John was, you had to make your move, and Cabin John did, made about a 7-wide move, and was right in the thick of things and ended up tiring to be beaten by 6. That was only a quarter length behind El Chairman, and Cabin John in the deep was a big dropper and controlled the speed throughout with no pressure at all. I think there's going to be pressure, so a horse like Cabin John can sit back, make that one late run that's about a 3/8 of a mile run. So that's why I took Cabin John on top, as I think there's going to be a lot of pace.
Yeah, that's fair. We saw last week if there was a big pace battle, the closers could get there. If you had loose speed, like we saw in the second race today, lone speed, it almost doesn't matter what kind of conditions, but if you're loose. Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, even Tiger by His Tail ran farther than he usually does with that loose speed. It took everything for Plentiful to go by, who the public, even just by the odds between the two of them, thought he was about 5 times better.
Yeah, that's very true. Good point. Now, the horse that I've selected, I've got giving a bit of a chance. Maybe it's just in case, is the 4 Mana Blues. Has won at the distance before. Last time I liked the horse going 6. It dropped from 75 to 5. Ran on the rail. Maybe a slight trouble, but I'm not making that as an excuse. I'm going back to 2 races ago when the horse did have a lot of trouble. Does belong at this level. Can win at the distance. Like I said, 2 out of 3 at the distance with 1 win. Might be on the lead. It's one of those horse likes to press and then make the move, which is possible. That's why I've got that horse is my in the mix kind of a price horse. This is not an easy race for sure.
Yeah, my third selection is Plum Lucky because I said I think there's a lot of pace and there's going to be some lead changes going on. So Plum Lucky got up last time out to beat Hoochie Coochie Sam. The time before that was only a length and a quarter behind El Chairman, who pretty well had an easy trip throughout to get that win. Plum Lucky draws the outside, but for a deep closer in here, I think 5 and 7 will scoot down to the rail as everybody else goes for position early. So I think Plum Lucky also get a trip, as the public does right now, at 3 to 1. Well, let's go to our wagers here in race 4. Stretch, what do you got?
All right. Well, we both have the now bet in here. I've got for this race, not the pick 4 just yet, is a $5 exacta wheel. 3 with the 4, 5, 7. That's 15. You could spend as little as $3. 3 with 4, 5, 7. My pick 4. I've got 4 horses in here just in case because I played that pick 5. 3, 4, 5, 7. I include Kirt's horse with the 1, 5 in the next race. That would be the 5th. I've taken the field, everybody in the 6th, and I've singled the lone speed. I think the 4 in the last.
And myself, I also have a pick 4. I have the 3 and 5 in the first leg. I guess I got to get my printing a little bit better. With the 5 and 7 in the second leg, 1, 2, 3, 6 in the third leg, rounded off to the 2 and 4, and I'm adding 18 to win on the 5. Make it a red one for us here in Canada, a red $50 bill. And I like the odds. Lock them in right there at 7 and 2. Love that. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses on the track for race number 4, Joe's Birthday Purse. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $12,000. Number 1 is Warren's Van Gogh, owned by S&S Stable, trained by Maria Stanford with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Proud and Loud, owned by Just for Kicks Stable, trained by Sean Morin with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is El Chairman, owned by Club 3D, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Mana Blues, owned by Black Diamond Racing Stable, Lynn White and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Caleb Pizarro. Number 5 is Cabin John, owned by Dale Henry, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Jorge Carreño. Number 6 is Honor Road, owned by Tiffany Husbands and trained with Richard Mangley. Rounding out the field is number 7, Plum Lucky, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Sheldon Chickenass. Joe's birthday purse here in race 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
This race, we're going 7 furlongs. It's quick to the turn. You've got to get position. And I think my top selection, the 3 will get position. Horse is always good to be close to the lead. Can get the lead, doesn't have to have the lead. There are some other speed in here. Sits in 3rd, 4th, makes a similar move like the last race. Same jockey in the 3rd as the 4th. He knows the track. The late closer's the 5, and don't forget the long shot of the 4. He can pick up the pieces as well. So I've got it 3, 5, 4.
Yeah, Stretch, I see a lot of pace in here between 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. So I went to a closer. I went to number 5, Cabin John. Last time out, absolutely no pace to run at. The horse made the move way too early because it had to, and ended up losing to the 3 horse, but only by a quarter length in the end. With a smoother trip, I think you can get there. And to follow the 7, Plum Lucky, another deep closer. Good luck here in race 4. Warren's Van Gogh, the first one into the starting gate. Proud and Loud steps in. Next up, the current favorite at 7 of 5. That's El Chairman. Mana Blues is next. Cabin John now steps up and in. And just 2 left to load. On a road. And now just waiting on Plum Lucky on the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly, El Chairman showing some good early speed with Cabin John. On the outside in second, Warren's Van Gogh on the inside in third with On a Road back in fourth. Then it's Proud and Loud on the inside with Mana Blues, and Plum Lucky was the early trailer. The opening quarter in 25 seconds. And it's El Chairman and Cabin John, these two battling it out slowly on the front. Back in third, we have On a Road now making it a trio on the lead. A length and a half back, sitting on the rail, Proud and Loud to the outside, Plum Lucky. Then it's Warren's Van Gogh and the trailer Mana Blues. The half 49 and 4, and El Chairman digs in and regains the lead by a length and a half. Cabin John to the outside, relentless as he's going back at him. Back in third is still On a Road and making the move in deep stretch. We got El Chairman pouring it on. Cabin John's going to give it one last try. A 16th of a mile ago. El Chairman, Cabin John, but El Chairman's going to hang on. Cabin John second best. Third's going to go to On a Road, close for fourth. The Stewards opposed to number 3, El Chairman, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Cabin John. Third to number 6, On a Road. And fourth to number 7, Plum Lucky. They went the opening quarter 25 and 2. The half 49 and 4. 6 furlongs, 113 and 3. Time for the 7 furlongs, 127 and 1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 4, Joe's birthday purse. That's number 3, El Chairman. El Chairman is a chestnut gelding, 4 years old, by Society's chairman, out of the mare El Bernadette by El Corridor, owned by Club 3D, trained by Curtis Maxwell, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:27:1. Congratulations goes out to jockey Stanley Chady Jr., who scores the double. Back-to-back winners for jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 5, 17 minutes away. And it's back. Winnipeg's most popular night market is right here at Assiniboia Downs. On Sunday, September 19th, from 1 till 11, we'll feature more than 100 exhibitors and local artisans, food trucks, live bands, and a beer garden. Admissions $7, 5 and under are free, and parking is just $5. Tickets are available at the door, and you must be fully immunized to attend. Side with Mana Blues and Plum Lucky was the early trailer. The opening quarter in 25 seconds, and it's El Chairman and Cabin John, these two battling it out slowly on the front. Back in third, we have Honor Road now making it a trio on the lead. A length and a half back, sitting on the rail, proud and loud to the outside, Plum Lucky. Then it's Warren's Van Gogh and the trailer Mana Blues. The half 49-4, and El Chairman digs in and regains the lead by a length and a half. Cabin John to the outside, relentless as he's going back at him. Back in third is still on a road and making the move in deep stretch. We got El Chairman pouring it on. Cabin John's gonna give it one last try. A 16th of a mile ago. El Chairman, Cabin John, but El Chairman's gonna hang on. Cabin John second best. Third's gonna go to Honor Road, close for fourth. Turning your programs back to race number 4, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 4, Mana Blues. Claim by Lane Bremner, trainer Lee Delaron. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this allowance optional $10,000 claimer. For the boys 3 and up, they're going to go 7 furlongs once again. Stretch 7 winners in a row for you.
Yeah, finished off last Wednesday. It's around it took 2 days to get that.
Okay, but still,
yeah.
It's 7 in a row and 4 for 4 today. My Cabin John, no pace today, and had to do it all by himself against a speed horse. So it kind of decreased his chances, but Cabin John still ran great.
It was a very good ride. Carino recognized what he had to do, had to sit close. Good move, a good move on the Chady, winning back-to-back. He just got to the wire. No jockey errors on that. They did everything to set the horse for success there.
Totally did.
And it was right down to the wire. And as we mentioned, the 7,500 dropping to 5. And there you go.
And 10,000 to 75, 5,
correct.
even below.
Yes.
It's a massive drop, seats to level.
Yes, for sure. We've got to keep it going, though. That's old news, those wins and stuff. Race 5, 7 furlongs again, quick to the turn. Another solid allowance field of 7 in here. All of them in here have showed good signs at some point. I landed on the 5, who happens to be the favorite. I liked how Antonio gave this horse a real good ride last time. Just got beat at the wire by a game horse, cutting back half a furlong, and I think that makes the difference. This horse does have some solid speed, but he recognized that it was going fast early last time and then made the move. I think potentially the same thing can happen because the sprinter is on the outside on the 7. So, but yeah, 5's my top pick. You've got the top pick as well. The same
Yeah,
one.
I'm with you on Eddie Forever. I think there is a couple horses that do have speed. Number 3, Hazim, also possesses early speed, whether he wants to use it or not. Last time he did go 7.5 furlongs. He battled it out early and ended up succumbing to that battle, but they went really fast. 48-1. I'm not sure if you can keep up to number 7, Most Amusing, who comes off some pretty good sprint races at Canterbury and flashing 21-2 speed there. That is rocket fast. So Hazim, Most Amusing, the speed, but Eddie Forever has a little bit of early foot too. I think he's going to get really good positioning right in behind the 7 and the 3, trying to get the trip and hopes that they come back.
Yeah, I agree. I think 7 is getting the lead. Figures I have are quick, very good for this level. It'll just be a matter of can the horse off a decent layoff get the distance. Going the 2 turns, the one race at Fawner wasn't a stake race, so it's hard to throw that one out or even consider that one. But that is fast at Canterbury because they are not a cement kind of track. They're kind of a fair track. So
yeah, definitely, and a nice workout on Most Amusing, coming in a half mile in 48, but not a surprise with the horse being a speedball.
Exactly. So it's just a matter of how the other jockeys recognize the situation. My second pick is the 1. This horse just wins races. I didn't think he could win last week. I kind of had him for 2nd or 3rd. I didn't think he could close, but he did. He's going to have to sit somewhere in between that race and the second last race. I like he's similar to like Plentiful and makes the same kind of middle move. It's just a matter of can he get up in time, and the 5 beats him to the wire or not. So needs the trip. Carino's been giving all his horses lately all year a real good ride. So don't leave out the 1.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 4, Life's been good so far. As we said on ASD Live, a little bit of an in and outer, runs flat in the free press, comes back, runs a big second to Real Grace, who was loose speed, then ran 5th beaten 4 sprinting, then ran a good second to Courageous, who was loose speed, and then last time out, didn't really show anything at all. So is it a good effort again today? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, the horse is dropping, and you know, you look at the competition. you've got to give the horse another chance. Yeah, that's the horse's cycle. If it wasn't his normal thing that he kind of takes a race off, I might throw him out, but maybe Kayla can figure him out and wake him up today.
Okay, what do you think about number 6, Gold Buyer? Was a winner 3 outs ago, easily by 4. Then got beat by Life's Been Good So Far next time. And last time, Mr. Benz and Eddie Forever got the jump on him, but did get squeezed early, so a little bit of a trouble trip in the last 2 starts.
Yeah, and he's very similar to the 4. This kind of runs a big race when he won by 4, and then kind of doesn't always get out, and then runs a big one. 16-1 is very good value. That if you're a long shot player, that might be a horse you want to consider, because he shouldn't be 16-1.
Oh, no doubt about it. That win 3 outs ago, that fits really well in here. This horse did win stakes here last year. Okay, let's go to our bets here in race number 5. Stretch, starting it off with you.
I'm going to go with a $2 pick 3 wheel to finish it off. Kind of going in pace with my pick 4 and pick 5. And I've got 1, 4, 5, 6 in this race. Included that long shot there. That's why I played it, the Gold Buyer. And then 1, 2, 6, and 8. Bombs away on the 8 and keying the speed with Kate's Princess. I had a good last week. I've doubled it up to the $2, spending $32. Don't want to spend it, you could spend $1 and it's only $16.
All right, myself, I'm all over Eddie's Forever in here. I'm 30 to win on the 5. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $14,700. Number 1 is Mr. Benz, owned by Ira Donald and King Kirt, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Shaded, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Dwight Lewis. Number 3 is Hazim, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Life's Been Good So Far, owned by Dunn Workin Stables, trained by Fred Rawson with Caleb Pizarro. Number 5 is Eddie Forever, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Gold Buyer, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wayne Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 7, Most Amusing, owned by Waylon Delorme, trained by Steve Kepplin Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Post time for race number 5 in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've got another 7 furlong race, another allowance race. A solid field in here. I landed on the favorite here, a little low value. I don't like 4 to 5, but you can pair it up with some other ones. Eddie Forever should probably get a nice trip, be right close behind some of the speed. Might even end up on the speed, or will sit just behind the 7. 7's your sprinter. That horse is going to try to steal it, but I think 5 makes the move. And don't forget about the 1. He'll be flying late, so I've got it 5-1-4. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you on number 5, Eddie Forever. Just got caught after opening up late down the lane last time out. They shortened up, so I think there's no mistakes here, as Hazim, the 3, and the 7 both have speed to go bang it out. So I think Eddie sits behind them and overtakes them down the lane. Couple long shot, maybe look at number 6, Gold Buyer. This horse 18 to 1, great value. The 7, the trainer, 5 starts, 4 wins in a second, a great 5th race. Good luck. Mr. Benz, the first one into the starting gate. Shaded now steps in. Hazim's turn. From the middle, life's been good so far. The current 3-5, now 4-5 favorite. Eddie Forever walks right in. 2 left to load. Gold Buyer. And now just waiting on Most Amusing. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. On the far outside, Most Amusing quickly goes out and grabs the early lead by 4. Hazim and Life's Been Good so far settled behind in second and third. On the outside, Eddie Forever. Hugging the rail, that's going to be Gold Buyer. The 2 trailers are going to be Mr. Benz and Shaded, who now are about a dozen off the lead. The opening quarter, 24 seconds. And Most Amusing has opened up by 10. Eddie Forever making the move on the outside into second, with Life's Been Good so far third. Back in fourth, that's going to be Gold Buyer. Moving up is a quick Shaded, and Mr. Ben still the trailer. Most Amusing, after a half in 47 and 3, is starting to get collared as they're getting closer. Still with the lead, Most Amusing. Eddie Forever now with dead aim. Gold Buyer's gonna go 3 wide, and a 4 wide bid from Life's Been Good so far. Most Amusing. The strides are shortening. Gold Buyer and Eddie Forever. Gold Buyer now goes on by and takes the lead. $26 on the board. Gold Buyer gets it done. Very close for second and third between Hazim and Life's Been Good so far. The stewards are posted number 6, Gold Buyer. As your unofficial winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 24 seconds, the half 47 and 3, 6 furlongs 114 and 1. Time for the 7 furlongs 127 and 3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 5, that's number 6, Gold Buyer. Gold Buyer is a grain of roan gelding, 5 years old by My Golden Song, out of the mare Most Magic by Magic Cat. Owned by Bill Michael and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson, and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 7 furlongs, 127 and 3. Results of the photo show number 4, life's been good so far. Finishing second. Third goes to number 3, Hazim, and fourth to number 5, Eddie Forever. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. There are no changes. Kicking off late daily double. In race number 6, and they're off. On the far outside, most amusing quickly goes out and grabs the early lead by 4. Hazim and Life's Been Good so far settled behind in second and third. On the outside, Eddie Forever hugging the rail. That's going to be Gold Buyer. The two trailers are going to be Mr. Benz and Shaded, who now are about a dozen off the lead. The opening quarter, 24 seconds, and most amusing has opened up by 10. Eddie Forever making the move on the outside into second, with Life's Been Good so far third. Back in fourth, that's going to be Gold Buyer. Moving up is a Quick Shaded, and Mr. Ben still the trailer, most amusing. After a half in 47 and 3 is starting to get collared as they're getting closer. Still with the lead, most amusing, Eddie Forever now with dead aim. Gold Buyer's gonna go 3 wide, and a 4 wide bid from Life's Been Good so far, most amusing. The strides are shortening. Gold Buyer and Eddie Forever. Gold Buyer now goes on by and takes the lead. $26 on the board. Gold Buyer gets it done. Very close for second and third between. Turning your programs back to race number 5, we had a claim to report. Claim for $10,000 was number 4, Life's Been Good So Far. Claimed by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trainer Marvin Buffalo. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred 3 and up non-3 lifer or non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs, welcoming TVG and all their viewers. Stretch Gold Buyer, getting it done at a good price, $26, as you said.
Yeah, we talked about, we kind of ran the race right before during the paddock show. We're looking at it. We get to the 4 and say in and outer. We get to the 6 and say exactly the same. You mentioned about it was right there sitting there. We mentioned it. That's why I have it in the pick 5 and the pick 3 going. And then you called it at the betting blast. Pay attention. Watch that value. There's no way that horse should have been that odds. He fits with that group. You knew there was going to be pace. And sure enough, you run the race from there.
Yeah, see, my bet in there was 30, went on 5. If I would have seen Eddie Forever at 4 to 5, I was hoping to get 7 to 5, somewhere around there. 4 to 5, I never would have done that. I would have went place on Life's Been Good So Far, as I've hit a lot of those $7 to $9 in the last few weeks.
Yeah, it's a great point of why you don't want to sometimes bet too early. That's tomorrow's poll. Pay attention on our ASD Live YouTube. Mitch puts the pools up there. The polls, I'll get it right yet. I will get it right yet. I'm all about getting the pool shot. Anyway, the poll is going to be that tomorrow. Today was what method do you use to pick winners? And the 4 choices were jockey trainer combo, that was 30%. Daily racing form or program, that was 47%. We had just look at the odds, was 12%. The expert selections were started at about 8%. It's moved up to 11%. I guess our moms voted, and we did pick some winners, so we got some
well, I text the kids too, as they're always on their phone. I said, hey, come on, throw in some votes for me and Stretch. We're last, but we shouldn't be that far.
Anyway, so thanks for jumping in on the poll. Good one tomorrow. Stay tuned. You can go right online and follow it online. A lot of interaction, some good comments there too. Let's move on to race 6. This is for your long shot players, I think, anyway. We landed on the same horse, which is a little surprising in the sense of
the horse is out of condition.
Out of condition, and it's such a wide open. It's at the breed races, but my reason's probably the same as Kirt's, and that's this horse is potentially is lightly raced. There's room to improve. We had a really good race 2 back against Freezing Jimmy in that 12 non-2 open, and those top horses would be very tough in here if they were eligible. I think you go this horse. Chady's already won 2. We've seen jockeys win in bunches, so he's going for 3, I believe. Maybe goes right. I think he potentially could go right to the lead.
Yeah, definitely with that inside draw, that is the key. But there is other speed in here. Number 2, Who Wants a Cold One, the 3, True Scout, and the 6, Bear Me a Moment, and the 8, Simply Fabulous. So there is no lack of speed in here. I just like the way Crown Royal ran last time out against Not Afraid, and the time of the race was stellar. For Manitoba bred non-2 lifers going down there in 1:12 and 2, you just don't see that. Earlier on in the year, we seen that condition go in 15, 16, and even once in 17. So, and this race, those were tough. Right of Vengeance, who even ran 3rd. It was an open non-2 lifer, running really well against them, and a former stakes, Manitoba bred stakes horse. So Crown Royal, even though the step up in distance, I think this horse is legit.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's hence the top selection. How about your 3? Why are you going to the 3 there, Kirt?
Well, I really like the way it ran 2 outs ago against Double Time. Double Time controlled the front end and just ran off with the race and came back to win in the next start. Last time out, tried to keep up with Truly and Terrific, but Truly and Terrific was just way too good and easily went wire to wire by almost 4 lengths. I think True Scout is one of those horses that have one pace. So if 1, 2, and 6 go battle it out, and the 8, the 3 might just sit right in behind and plod on by for the win.
Yep, that's fair. The 6 is probably going to be the lukewarm favorite, even though the 1 is. Right now, I think that might change. I think this horse is going to get a good trip in there, and it's kind of sitting on a win. Just should get the good trip. Kind of similar to True Scout. Doesn't make that big power move. Did make a better move that last time. But just like you said, lost on the show, Warren's Dirty Dancing. I've got to jump to my long shot of the night. It takes a while. We'll skip to the short version of it. Look at last year. This horse won its last 2.
That's the 8 horse, Simply Fabulous, the mare against the boys.
You got it. Don't usually take that, but it is this condition. Won at this level last year, has been in so tough lately. Open 5,000s against Wins 10-10, to name a few. Sweet Design you're going to see in the next race. She could put the boys to sleep, gain the lead, and just go gate to wire. You're going to get a huge price, 12-1 now. Might even go longer. Could be first, but maybe don't bet the show on this one because she likes to run. And
yeah, it's either first or last, it seems, with her. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 6. Stretch, you're going to start us off.
All right, just a small, so you've reduced the bet because this is a tough race. This is a good long shot for the long shot players. $2 exactor box, 1, 6, and 8.
And I'm just betting 25 to win on the 1 Crown Royal. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Crown Royal, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Who Wants a Cold One, owned by Marvin Burnett and Tanya Lindsay, trained by Marvin Burnett, with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 3 is True Scout, owned by Alonzo Daly, trained by Fred Rawson, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Who Hears a Horton, owned by Colleen O'Hagan, trained by Winnie Anderson, with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is Zip Eddie, owned by Trent Height, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., with Shamari Muir. Number 6 is Bear Me a Moment, owned by Colt Brown, trained by Alan Brown, with Neville Stevenson. Number 7 is In Excess of Reality, owned by Vicky Hamilton, trained by Maria Stanford, with Dwight Lewis. Rounding out the field is number 8, Simply Fabulous, owned by Back on Track Stables, trained by Jennifer Jordan, with Nyrone Austin. Post time for race number 6 in 3 minutes.
now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, this time we're going 7.5, a little bit longer, a little half furlong more time to find positioning. I landed on the 1, don't like the value at all. Lots of things to like on the rail with the 2 turns. 6 to 5 is not the value you want to take in this wide open race. I think you could go anywhere. A couple long shots I've got is the 8, Simply Fabulous. Has been running tougher, won it this time last year. It's got a clear, but just might do that. So Kirt, I'm gonna go 1 and 8.
All right, Stretch, I also like the 1 in here. Crown Royal has that inside positioning and early speed. That is also very dangerous. This horse is out of condition, as we said, a non-2 lifer against non-3s and non-winners of the year, but it showed a lot of talent. If you're looking for bombs away, look at the 5 Zip Eddie. There's a lot of speed. This horse has none. So it could make a big close down the lane. Good luck here in race 6. Crown Royal, the current 6 of 5 choice, first to go into the starting gate. Next up, Who Wants a Gold One? True Scout's turn. Now, who here's a Horton ready to step in? Zip Eddie is in. Bear Me a Moment is next. Now just 2 left to load. In Excess of Reality. And just waiting on Simply Fabulous on the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. In Excess of Reality, fractious in the starting 8. And they're off. From the far outside, Simply Fabulous. Gunned out to grab the early lead by 2. On the outside, In Excess of Reality and Crown Royal. They're chasing after Simply Fabulous. Then it's Zip Eddie sitting on the rail, moved up to 3rd. Another length back to True Scout and Bear Me a Moment. 4 more to Who Wants a Gold One and Who Here's a Horton, the early trailer. 25 seconds, the opening quarter. Simply Fabulous with a half-length advantage over Crown Royal on her outside. Zip Eddie has moved up into 3rd. On the outside, In Excess of Reality. True Scout in between horses. Bear Me a Moment making up ground. Here comes Who Wants a Cold One from second last. And Who Here's a Horton well back. 49 and 2 the half mile. Simply Fabulous digging in on the lead. In second, Crown Royal still with more to offer. Zip Eddie on the fence and Who Wants a Cold One making a move. 3/4, 15 and 4. And Simply Fabulous is loving it on the front end today as she is up by 5 inside the 16th pole. This is all Simply Fabulous getting it done. Zip Eddie is second best. 3rd to Who Wants a Cold One and 4th to Crown Royal. Stewart's supposed to number 8, Simply Fabulous as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Zip Eddie. Third to number 2, Who Wants Gold One, and fourth to number 1, Crown Royal. They went the opening quarter at 25 seconds. The half 49 and 2. 6 furlongs, 1:15 and 4. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:37 and 1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 6, that's number 8, Simply Fabulous. Simply Fabulous is a bay mare, 7 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat, out of the mare Simply Marvis by Reb Mech, owned by Back on Track Stables, trained by Jennifer Jordan, and ridden to victory by Nyrone Austin. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:37 and 1. Number 8, Simply Fabulous, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Dr. Betty Hughes. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Number 8, Here City Kitty, make the jockey Shamari Muir. Once again in this 7th race, number 8, Here City Kitty, will be ridden by Shamari Muir. Jackpot High 5 wagering. Here in race 7, they go to post in 19 minutes. And the rocks. From the far outside, Simply Fabulous gunned out to grab the early lead by 2. On the outside, In Excessive Reality and Crown Royal. They're chasing after Simply Fabulous. Then it's Zip Eddie sitting on the rail, moved up to 3rd. Another length back to True Scout and Bear Me a Moment. 4 more to Who Wants a Cold One and Who Hears a Horton, the early trailer. 25 seconds, the opening quarter. Simply Fabulous with a half-length advantage over Crown Royal on her outside. Zip Eddie has moved up into 3rd. On the outside, In Excessive Reality. True Scout in between horses. Bear Me a Moment making up ground. Here comes Who Wants a Cold One from second last. And Who Hears a Horton well back. 49 and 2 the half mile. Simply Fabulous digging in on the lead. In second, Crown Royal still with more to offer. Zip Eddie on the fence and Who Wants a Cold One making a move. 3/4, 15 and 4. And Simply Fabulous is loving it on the front end today as she is up by 5 inside the 16th pole. This is all Simply Fabulous getting it done. Zip Eddie is second best, 3rd to Who Wants a Cold One, and 4th. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7 for this allowance optional $10,000 claimer. For fillies mares 3 and up, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, you're alive in the pick 5. And you got the tractor in race number 6 with Simply Fabulous. And Zip Eddie, the long shot, runs second. Both of us pushing long shots. They run 1-2.
Yeah, there's real good teamwork. I talked about ASD Live, why I like the 8, and I said I could be hero or zero, so at least maybe for about 20 minutes.
Well, you're a Monday hero.
Monday,
you're hot as a pistol today.
Anyway, and then we've followed Zip Eddie. We know these horses you got to watch out for. You talked about other speed. Zip Eddie, great ride, gets the rail, does everything right, but it was a good ride on the 8, cleared, shut her down and kept going, gets brave. And we know that horse gets brave when she gets on the front end by herself.
Yeah, when she got there, we knew that she did have a big shot to get it done. All right, race number 7, let's finish it off here. Who do you like?
Okay, we're going to the lone speed. Marissa will try to find the 4 out there. Marissa's been all over the place. She had a great shot of the 7 furlong. She's in the paddock, and then she heads to the 7 furlong. Right in the starting gate. Great shot there.
I'd be able to do that if I had 3 separate races to run back and forth.
That's
so yeah,
true.
great job, Marissa.
Yes. Okay. So back to lone. Close to the lone speed, but controlling speed is on the 4. This Kate's Princess is a rocket out of the gate. I like what Jared Brown did. Tried the 7 furlongs. Ran a very competitive race. Just a little too far. Now cuts back. In this race, there isn't that much other pure speed. Yes, the 2 can show some speed, but not Kate's Princess speed. We've seen loose speed go gate to wire a few times when there's been a battle. Then the speed comes back. I don't think there's a battle, so try to finish off the night with Kate's Princess gate to wire.
Yeah, I ended up taking the 2. I do like Kate's Princess's speed, but 2 steps faster has really turned it around. So since it's been claimed 4 outs ago, came back with a really good second to half in the wrapper. That mare is fast, and she's faster than Kate's Princess. And 2 steps faster was only a couple lengths off her, and only lost by a length and a half, and that was going 5.5 furlongs. Then stretched it out in the next 2, lost to DARPA, who nailed her late, but that was only her second time going around 2 turns. And then last time out, sat behind Kate's Princess and waited till the head of the lane and just blew past her. Easily won by 4, but I think she's going to be striking distance of Kate's Princess when they hit the head of the lane. So I still think it's a 2-horse race, but I'm taking the 2 over the 4.
And that's fair. She's sharp. Both of them are quite sharp. So, but you're right. 2 steps made a solid move, and 1 going away. In case that the 2 and 4 battle it out, that would set it up for our 3rd selection, and that's Sweet Design. She's been running really well all meet long. Last race was her worst race there. Maybe the previous race, trying to go after Hidden Grace, took something out of her. I like, though, that she showed some speed, which she normally doesn't. She's not going to be on the lead in here. She'll be sitting 3rd, 4th, or 5th, just waiting to make that late move. So she certainly, at 6-1, can help you complete an exacta or a trifecta for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Another horse to look at in here, number 6, Clarescence. She did beat Kate's Princess last time out as she rallied from off the pace. All you see is a route form here on Clarescence, but she doesn't have a lot of early speed, but she has won going 5 furlongs well back, as I had to pull up lines on this horse. She ran well at 5, 5.5, and 6 furlongs, all at Woodbine, and she did break her maiden going 5/8 of a mile. So Clarescence, again, no speed in here, but this horse has been running well since it arrived as a win, 2 seconds and a 1/3. So I think Clarescence might be able to fill in maybe the bottom of your try or definitely your super.
Yep, that's fair. And my other one I'm going to throw in there is the 5. Same kind of angle, kind of cuts it back. Hasn't beaten Sweet Design, but if you need maybe a 3rd or a 4th, if 2 or 4 don't fire, you're getting 14-1. And yeah, I like that the horse, Carl's given the horse a workout on August 17th at this time of year. That's a good sign, and that was kind of why I did include this horse in my tries. You'll see in my bets coming up right away.
Yeah, and it was a really sharp work at that, 48 for the half mile. Number 8 here, City Kitty, the jockey Shamare Mir. He already has a win on a card and a second in the last race on Zip Eddie. Here, City Kitty got up to beat the speedy Gold Diggin' Darlin' last time out, who was loose on the lead. And this horse has put a lot of good races together at Fargo before arriving here. Do you think this horse can jump up and even run better?
Well,
because it'll have to.
Yeah, it will. She surprised me last time. I didn't think she would win that race, and looked great
and
move.
Went off as a favorite.
Correct. It kind of fooled both of us there. It does have to improve, but obviously the horse wins races. We've talked. I always like horses that win races. 4 for 4 at the distance. I know maybe not as tough a competition, but still 4 for 4.
Yeah, 9 for 9 in the money with 5 wins this year. So here's City Kitty on the outside. All right, let's go to our wagers. Here in race 7, Stretch, the hot hand. Ooh, $5 tractor wheel ended off.
A little cash in my pocket there, Kirt.
Okay. You got some jingle going.
All right, here we go. You can. I'll do the $5 try. 2 and 4 on top, with 2, 3, and 4 in second. That's Sweet Design. And then throw in that 5 to make it pay. So 2, 3, 4, 5. It's $40 for $5. It's only $8, and you get a few extra combinations. That's why I like to do the wheel. So a $1 would be a total of $8.
All right, I ran down to the car, got some car change. I had a $10 bill in there. I'm going after a $2 tractor in the last. I'm putting the 2 on top of the 3, 4, 6, 8 with the 3, 4, 6, 8. A $1 costs you 12, but I had 24 in the car, so I'm using it all. Good luck here in race 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $14,700. Number 1 is Good to Me, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is 2 Steps Faster, owned by Wendy Anderson and Keith Wright, trained by Wendy Anderson with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Sweet Design, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 4 is Kate's Princess, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is Aramon, owned by Dr. Ross and Brenda McKeag, trained by Carl Anderson with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 6 is Clarescence, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Richard Mangley. Number 7 is Second Grace, owned by Purple Rose Ranch, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 8 here, City Kitty, owned by Clifford Kavanaugh, trained by Perry Kavanaugh with Shamari Muir. Jackpot high 5 wagering here in race 7. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, finishing the night off, 6 furlong sprint for the fillies and mares, high level allowance, optional claimer. I think it's down to 2 horses, just like the betting public right now. I'm surprised at them getting 3-2 on the 4. Kate's Princess is shortening up. She lost going 7 furlongs. Now it's only 6. She's going to go right to the lead. It's going to play Catch Me If You Can. And the horse that will try to catch, and that's the two steps faster. I think those 2, and then you finish off your try, you might want the 3 or the 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you with the 2 and 4. I think the 2 is a horse that could improve here, even though it beat the 4x4 last time out, going a rut of ground, sprinting. This horse ran huge 3 outs ago to the speedy half in the wrapper who went wire to wire. That was only going 5.5, and she was gaining with every stride. For me, filling out the try, the 3 and 6. Good luck here in race 7. It's post time. Good to me. The first one tucked into the starting gate for the nightcap. 2 steps faster. The current co-favorite at 6 to 5 steps in. Sweet Design is in. The other co-favorite, Kate's Princess, steps up. She's in. Aramon's turn. Next up, Clarescence. And now just 2 left to load. Second Grace. And just waiting on, here's City Kitty. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Kate's Princess quickly straight out to grab the early lead on the outside. Here's City Kitty. 2 steps faster, sitting third, 3 lengths off of it. Aramon to the outside, Second Grace, 3 wide. Another 2 back. That's gonna be good to me with Sweet Design and Clarescence. 23 seconds the opening quarter, and Kate's Princess having it all her own way, leads by 3 lengths. Then it's here, City Kitty on the inside with Second Grace. To the outside, Sweet Design getting motivated from 4th. The half, 46 and 1. They hit the head of the lane. Kate's Princess now has the lead by 4. Here, City Kitty showing good run with Sweet Design. They're inside the 16th pole, getting short on the lead. That's Kate's Princess. One last try. Sweet Design looked like she got there in the last jump. Kate's Princess for second. Third to here, City Kitty. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds. The half 46-1. Time for the 6 furlongs 112-3. Results of the photo show the winner number 3, Sweet Design. Second goes to number 4, Kate's Princess. Third to number 8, Here City Kitty. And fourth to number 7, Second Grace. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 7, that's number 3, Sweet Design. Sweet Design is a dark bear brown mare, 5 years old, by Going Commando. Out of the mare, Sweet Tizzy Lizzy by Tiz Now. Owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews. Trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. And ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-3. Number 3, Sweet Design, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Keaton and Aiden Ziprick. Well, now it's time for Crazy Hour in the second level clubhouse. Beer, wine, Racing continues tomorrow on Wednesday at 7:15. See you then. But now let's head to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. I've built commitments while I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta
And they're off.
understand, never gonna give you up.
Kate's Princess, quickly. Straight out to grab the early lead on the outside. Here's City Kitty. 2 steps faster, sitting third, 3 lengths off of it. Aramon to the outside, Second Grace, 3 wide. Another 2 back, that's gonna be good to me. With Sweet Design and Clarescence. 23 seconds the opening quarter, and Kate's Princess, having it all her own way, leads by 3 lengths. Then it's Here City Kitty on the inside with Second Grace to the outside. Sweet Design getting motivated from fourth. The half 46-1. They hit the head of the lane. Kate's Princess now has the lead by 4. Here City Kitty showing good run with Sweet Design. They're inside the 16th pole, getting short on the lead. That's Kate's Princess. One last try. Sweet Design looked like she got there in the last jump. Kate's Princess.
Never gonna gonna give